It went back. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to our regular city council meeting. Today's date is Thursday, January 15th, 2026 p.m. or 2026. It is 6:32 p.m. If y'all don't mind, I'd like to call the meeting to order by doing our pledge of allegiances and our invocation, please. Please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Let us pray. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we ask that you be with us tonight. Be with everybody here, this council, and the members of this and people from the city that are represented tonight. We ask that for you to lead, guide, and direct us through the decisions made, that they be for the betterment of our community as well as on behalf of our citizens. We ask that you keep your hand of healing upon the family of Officer Holman, that was a member of our PD who passed away recently in El Paso. We ask that you lead, guide, and direct his family through this difficult time. We ask all of these things in your most honorable name. Amen.
Thanks, sir. I've got some proclamations to read. I'm going to read them, and then I've got council members that are going to present them. Do we have anybody from the school board here tonight? Commercial new system. Okay. Yeah, we have a new system, and evidently the microphones are really, really sensitive. So if you're whispering to each other out there, the public will be able to hear you. So remind you of that. And I don't need to be so loud, is that what you tell me? Anyway, if we have anybody from the school board, I would like for Councilwoman Williams to present this proclamation. I'm going to read our school board proclamation for Recognition Month. Whereas the mission of public schools is to meet the educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society and an ever-changing world. And whereas the local school board members are elected by their community members to do what is best for the students, and whereas local school board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision that we want for our students. And whereas the local school board members are responsible for ensuring the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system. And whereas local school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations to the district. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the city of Kermit does hereby declare their appreciation to the members of the Kermit Independent School District School Board and proclaim January 2026 as School Board Recognition Month in Kermit, Texas. I urge all citizens to join me in recognizing the dedication, hard work of our local school board members and in working with them to mold an education system that meets the needs of both today's and tomorrow's children. In official recognition whereof, I hereby affix my signature the 14th day of January 2026. Anybody from school board? Judy, you've done that one bit. All right, second one is recognizing January 2026 as Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Whereas human trafficking is a serious crime and violation of human rights that affects individuals of all ages, genders, and backgrounds, and includes the exploitation of people through force, fraud, and coercion for labor and commercial sex. And whereas the state of Texas and the United States recognize human trafficking as a critical public safety and public health issue, and January is nationally designated as Human Trafficking Prevention Month to raise awareness and promote prevention efforts. And whereas traffickers often target vulnerable populations, and public awareness, education, community involvement are essential to prevent the trafficking, identifying victims, and supporting survivors. And whereas local governments, law enforcement, service providers, educators, businesses, and community organizations play an important role in recognizing the signs of human trafficking and working collaboratively to prevent exploitation and protect victims. And whereas the city of Kermit is committed to promoting public safety, protecting human dignity, and supporting efforts that educate the community, encourage reporting, and provide assistance to the victims of human trafficking. Now, therefore, I, David Holbrook, Mayor of the City of Kermit, do hereby recognize the month of January 26 as Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the City of Kermit, and encourage all citizens to show their support by wearing blue to symbolize the fight against human trafficking. Be it further proclaimed that all residents are encouraged to increase their awareness of human trafficking, learn the warning signs, support preventive initiatives, and to report suspected trafficking activities to local law enforcement or the National Human Trafficking Hotline. Passed and approved on this 15th day of January 2026. Our last proclamation recognizing National Law Enforcement Day. If we have any law enforcement officers. Kelsey, you have that one? Kelsey,
Trafficking.
oh, okay, Rodney has to. So we'll recognize you, folks that are here. Whereas law enforcement officers serve with honor, courage, and dedication to protect the lives, rights, and properties of citizens of the city of Kermit and the state of Texas. And whereas police officers place themselves in harm's way to preserve public safety, maintain peace and order, and uphold the rule of law, and often making significant personal sacrifices in the line of duty. And whereas there are approximately 900,000 sworn officers in the United States who face various hazards ranging from traffic incidents to high-stress emergency calls, which take an immense physical and mental toll. And whereas the men and women of the Kermit Police Department, along with law enforcement officers across the nation, demonstrate professionalism, integrity, and commitment in their daily service to the community. And whereas the National Law Enforcement Day is observed on January 9th, it provides an opportunity to express appreciation and gratitude for law enforcement officers and their families who support them in sharing the sacrifices associated with public service. And whereas the city of Kermit recognizes the essential role that law enforcement plays in maintaining a safe and secure community and values the partnership between the officers and the citizens they serve. Now, therefore, I, David Holbrook, Mayor of the City of Kermit, Texas, do hereby recognize that January 9th, 2026 was proclaimed as National Law Enforcement Day in the City of Kermit, and I recognize and encourage all citizens to express their appreciation to the Kermit Police Department. Be it further proclaimed that the City of Kermit extends its sincere gratitude and appreciation to all the officers and their families who have dedicated themselves to the service, protection, and well-being of our community. It's passed and approved this 15th day of January 2026. Okay. Tony? Got one more for you, Don. Thank you. We have a couple of personnel promotion announcements to make. The first one, we want to recognize the promotion of criminal investigative detective, Mr. Terry Mercer, and Officer Sergeant Mark Sanchez in the Kermit Department, Police Department. Those both promotions are effective January 1, I think. And we now have a criminal investigative detective on the force. So hopefully things are going. So recognize to both of those gentlemen as well. I don't believe either one of them. That's right. All right. This one's a little different. We have and I'd like to read the letter and then take any comments before your motion. Dated today, January 15, 2026, resignation for City Councilman position District 6. I'm sorry, District 4. Dear City Manager, Mayor, and council members, I'm writing this to resign my position as your District 4 City Councilman. My time as a member on the council will end as soon as the council accepts my resignation. I've enjoyed my time representing the voters of District 4, and I have learned from my experience representing the city of Kermit. I am proud of how we all conducted ourselves as we worked together, making the city of Kermit a better place to live. I am thankful to have served as a councilman. I was given the opportunity to interview and was awarded the position with the city of Kermit. I look forward to working for the city of Kermit as a new street sweeper operator. Again, thanks to all of you that have helped me the last 2 years as a member of this Kermit City Council. I appreciate the friendship we developed and look forward to many years as an employee. Thank you, Mr. Greg Trent. So do I have anybody from council like to, I know he's not here, but I think he's probably listening. Anybody?
I'd like to thank him for the service that he did provide during this time. We appreciate him.
Absolutely. He came in and stayed focused, kept his head in the game, so to speak, and he had a lot of outside distractions, but he did a great job. I'm gonna miss Greg, so we make sure we've got his nameplate and we get that to him as well. And really looking forward to having him as our new street sweeper operator. If you have any complaints, so you call.
We enjoyed working. It was a
Absolutely.
great asset to our county.
Really appreciate you, Greg, a lot. Appreciated having you to my left here. Okay, so item number 9 on the agenda is public comments. Do we have anyone here tonight to make public comments? Ms. Williams?
Mr. Mayor, council, I received my agenda packet and I saw where we're doing a certificate of obligation for $32 million, which at the end of 30 years, which is what we're expected to have this thing for, we're gonna end up paying $60,829,388. I understand that this money's gonna be coming mainly from taxes. I was wondering how we're gonna pay it and the amounts. Another thing that I wanted to bring up is City of Kermit has a budget of $11,900,000. And yet we only have $11,300,000 in reserves. One bad year, the city would not be able to hold up. Now, on this little packet that I received, it shows the city renovation, the new city hall, public safety building, and the transfer station for a total of $32 million. Then as an afterthought, we have more than $48 million in needs for 2-inch water line replacement, galvanized asbestos cement pipe replacement, water tank improvements, and other systems infrastructure. So once again, Mr. Mayor, even though you swore to me that nobody's been beating the drums harder than you about our infrastructure, once again, our infrastructure is taking a second step here. That's all I've got to say.
Maybe after we come out of executive session, you'll understand why. Any other comments from the public? Okay, at this point in time, we're gonna adjourn. It's gonna be a very short first part of the executive session. We'll come back, address that, and then we'll finish up our agenda and then go back into executive session. 6:45 PM. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Yeah.
And I have a minute to spare.
Okay. So, I guess. It is 7:12 PM. We've adjourned from executive session. For the first of two, do we have any items that needed to be discussed? I don't think, do we, Mike?
Not at this point, though.
So moving on past executive session, the first go around, we are going to skip to item 14, which is the consent agenda. You'll have your information in front of you if you'll review that if you haven't already, and you get through, if you have any questions for things.
On the fourth page back, there's something at the bottom called CTSI.
On the account table.
Payable on the bills. Can you tell me what that is?
CTSI is our IT vendor,
Okay.
so that would be normal,
Adobe, new laptop,
right? So,
Microsoft, who got new laptop?
the council will get new laptops.
They travel for new laptops?
That when they come in to, provide, they came in to provide me the laptops, everything we needed, but they did some other work in here and it just threw it all in there the travel. So the laptops have not been set up yet, but they're brought them here. And when they were here, they had some other work that they did internally in here and in our, file room for the computers.
There's two travels in there, so
Yeah, they
Don't
were
like
down here,
that out.
they were down here twice.
what is John Wright Associates? Says 24 by Ion Duo Red Blue on cars.
What page is that?
I don't know, there's not page numbers. 1,
Sorry.
2, 3, 4,
Probably,
5,
probably right on
6, 7,
YouTube.
8. $3,480.80.
Is that like it's lighting?
I think it's
Oh, is that for
Red Blues, I think
public
it's-
safety lights? It's a vendor for public safety lights.
Okay. And then would you please send us the Amazon breakdown? Printer.
Excuse me.
Four dog bites this month?
Yeah.
Oh, that's flag.
Were they their dogs? Stray dogs?
Their dogs.
One was a FedEx driver that arrived at the property on B. The dog was quarantined at home, had all the shots. FedEx guy went in. Other than that, the rest were his.
Is our Evertel still active?
It is, we primarily use it for police, code enforcement, animal control. is a primary reason we use that. When it was first activated, they had set it up for all employees. However, the employees had to use their own cell phone. And they were not being reimbursed or anything for that. So we pretty much have removed it from public works. We ended up moving with radios. We have communicate back and forth, but it's still active on the police side.
And do we still have access to that?
Yes, you do.
Yes.
If you can't get to it, let me know. We'll make sure we get you set up or reinstall it,
You
whatever.
may have to change your
Yeah, I
password.
think it's every 6 months or
Yeah,
something.
I had to change my, so why am I not getting any, but it's because I need to change my password.
Normally we do congratulations at the end, but on the Parks and Rec, or Parks Department, I would like to point out that Emmy got her commercial applicator's license. She passed her test. And so I really want to make sure she got that. She walked in as we were adjourning our last meeting. So she's very proud to have that, and I think we're proud to have her have that. So usually we do that at the end, but it's on his report, so I want to cover it. And the dugout at Best Park's been on now.
Thank you for that. If nobody has anything else, I make a motion, we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, moving on to item 10 or 15 is new business. We need to, it is 7:19 PM. We need to open up a public hearing. We'll call that public hearing to order. It is a public hearing to allow any public comment regarding the completion of our Spruce Street project that funds were provided through a grant by previous city manager. And we got that curbing and paving done. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on that? It's 7:19 PM and I'll close that public hearing. Item B, under new business, discuss and accept a traffic study analysis conducted by Kimley Horn. It's in our packet as well.
Mayor Council, if you remember back in about May of last year, we had some public comments about speeding along School Street, but also along Bryan and along San Antonio, Wakeland, Dallas, going up to the school. And so at that point in time, we were directed to go ahead and look at some type of a study, look at either curb stops, stop signs, whatever we need to slow traffic down. So I reached out to Kimley Horn. Yes, and we do have Monse back there. She'll come up here. And so what they ended up doing is we engaged them to do a traffic study, and you have in your packet a traffic study analysis. Now, understand that they did not even start the traffic study until September, because that's when school went back into session, because when we got the information, it was in May. So we waited till September, did a traffic study, and you're gonna have it before you right now that's been done by the engineers. Essentially, what we found out is that on Bryan Street, the speed limit is 30, and the average speed was about 29 miles an hour. And so also along San Antonio, the speed limit is 30, and the average is about 24, 28, depending on what time of the day. So while we may have individuals speeding along that corridor, overall, there is no speeding taking place when you look at the entire traffic being done. There'll be some recommendations that Monse will mention to you that we could do. And upon discussion with her, if it's the wish of the council to do that, then what will happen is we'll direct the street department to begin to start implementing the suggestions by Kimley Horn in order to basically have what they call traffic calming things that we can do to slow traffic down, calm it down a little bit. So I don't know, Monse, if you're ready, come on up. So you come up here from the, yeah, thank you.
So in our traffic analysis, we walk through and break these recommendations down, but I'll summarize them quite briefly. For Bryan Street, we are recommending the installation of stop bars at the existing stop signs. We are also recommending pinch points to be drawn in at the intersections, and this will just help with sight distance issues and restrict parking at the intersections for these corridors.
Can you explain to what a pinch point is?
Yes, a pinch point basically serves as a guideline for drivers as to where the stop bar is and where you're not allowed to park. So this will help with sight distance issues and it'll help with traffic movements. And this is figure 12 of the report. We are also recommending the installation of no parking signs at the intersections to coincide with the pinch points. We are recommending the installation of speed limit signs. We noticed that there were no speed limit signs, so those would be helpful for drivers. The edge line striping for East Bryan Street, we noticed that East Bryan Street is wider than San Antonio. It's about 55 feet wide, whereas San Antonio is 33 feet. So having those edge line stripings will help guide drivers, as well as the center line striping with raised pivot markings. We are also recommending the installation of a crosswalk, and this is all for Bryan Street. If there is any questions on that, I can address them. If not, we can move on to the recommendations for San Antonio Street.
You know what the highest speed was recorded?
Yes. For the 85th percentile, we broke it down. I believe it's on page 3. For East Bryan Street going eastbound, the 85th percentile was 29 miles per hour, whereas for westbound it was 28. So we took the average of that, and that's 20.
Did we have one that was like 72 or?
We did not.
Are we talking about doing the pinch points from both directions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that's just to help with sight distance.
Okay.
There's not a page number on it, but there is a diagram that looks very similar to this. If you look at this, is talking about East Bryan, and you notice that on Bryan and D, there is a pinch point along with a stop bar along with the crosswalk. And then at Bryan and East, you know, it's the same thing. There's a stop bar, there's pinch points. And then, of course, it also talks about a center stripe. You see the yellow coming across there on the center stripe. So basically what they're saying is that the center stripe, and also a recommendation to put white lines out, which basically will allow for parking on Bryan. But the white line and the yellow line basically narrows the lane by which people will drive, which based on what the traffic calming is, that will cause them to slow down even more so. You got the yellow lines, you got the white lines, people can park on the inside of white lines. The pinch point slows them down to get to that point because it seems like the road begins to start narrowing on that pinch point. And then the stop bars, they know they have to stop there and not into the crosswalk. So there's all these things that it was a very fascinating conversation when we had it, because it's more about the psyche of the driver and what they see.
And the idea is for the driver to naturally make these movements. And that's why we have these recommendations. It'll be a natural reaction versus something that's forced, and maybe it encourages drivers not to want to have that recommendation.
On this crosswalk striping, that's at both ends,
Only on one end.
only on one end.
Yes,
On D.
On D.
on D.
And nothing where maybe somebody's walking across to get to the baseball fields? You wouldn't want to do one there?
Well, I think that, if I'm not mistaken, there's parking on the school property for the baseball field.
Yeah, but what if somebody's walking across that street?
Now, Bryan and East Avenue is more lunchtime kid traffic walking down to also to get lunch.
Yes.
I think that a crosswalk there would be beneficial.
I guess that would not harm us to put a crosswalk at D and East.
We
Or
did
Bryan
not
and East.
collect counts at that location. We collected counts on D Avenue and Bryan. And even then, there were some pedestrians, but not a significant amount. And you can see that towards the appendix at the end of this.
Is that 2, I believe I saw in here?
Yes,
There is a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot.
there is a lot back there. If you flip to the very last 2 pages,
And understand, this is a recommendation, but if the council says we want a crosswalk at East and D, then we can do that as well. We can put one up there as well.
I travel that a lot, the street and boy from about, I guess 5 minutes to 12, and I think first lunch hour or lunch break. They're walking down Dawson's and then they're walking back, and then 20 minutes later, 25 minutes later, it's the same thing.
And we can put, and I said, East, it's Bryan and East, we can put a crosswalk there as well. So,
And these are recommendations that can help as a toolbox. It's another tool in your toolbox that you can use for other corridors or for other intersections.
But you would still recommend us doing the crosswalk at D and Bryan, even with only 2 reported?
Yes, we would. We would just recommend that to use those 2 pedestrians. And since the school is located on that side, that's also why we chose that for that crosswalk. If we don't have any more questions on Bryan, I can move on to San Antonio. And that'll just be a few pages after the page we're currently on. So for San Antonio, we have slightly less recommendations. We have 4. One of them is to strike stop bars at the existing stop signs. The next point is to strike pinch points. And like I said, for Bryan Street, that's just to help with sight distance. And this would be at the intersections to prevent parking at those intersections. Also, the installation of no parking signs at the intersections and the installation of speed limit signs just to help with driver awareness.
when we had this conversation with Kimberly Horn, we did discuss that San Antonio is the only one that was done, and we were also looking at Waco and Dallas. But based on our conversation, they did say that the recommendation on San Antonio could also apply to Waco and Dallas. So we could end up actually doing the same thing in each one of those of the pinch points, the stop bars, crosswalks, that could all fit there as well. Because we know that there's those 3 corridors going back and forth to the school.
I know Dallas is really hectic in the mornings with the going to school and from about 2:30 in the afternoon and go back. Dallas is really busy. But you know, we can get
Is there any direction we want to give staff on this tonight, or you don't want to take time to review it?
I think that since these are low cost options, I make the motion that we move forward on the crosswalk painting, the pinch point painting, installing the speed limit signs, center line striping.
To follow the recommendations with the addition of the crosswalk at East and Bryan.
Stephanie, you will want to think if we're going to include some of this on Waco and Dallas.
So apply to Waco and Dallas.
Are you adding that? Yeah, I think we should add speed limit signs also in the painting, the street painting to Waco and Dallas. Definitely Dallas.
Does that need to be a motion, Mike, or just guys, just direction?
I think you just give us some direction, because at this point in time, it's gonna be accepting the traffic study, because this is basically saying this is good. We want to add a little bit more, we will. Also let you know that, part of our fiscal year budget this year was to buy a line striping machine. And so if you've gone over to the street between, of course, high school and junior high, where we had to use the fog seal to cover the street, we went back there with our line striper and then we use that. So we've got the materials and everything that we need to get it done ourselves.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
So item C on the agenda, under new business, I'm going to read it correctly, is to discuss, consider, and take appropriate action to adopt resolution 2601, directing publication of notice of intent to issue up to $32 million in a combination tax and revenue certificate of obligation. Mike, you want to clarify that in any way?
Yes. Mayor and Council, when you got your original packet, we were looking at $80 million bond, which would include everything we've been discussing, which is the City Hall, Public Safety Building, Solid Waste Transfer Station, Vest Park, and water line replacement. This week I had a lot of conversations with our bond attorney, our financial advisor, and we found out that the way that it was written, that this all would have gone towards property tax, which would have been a huge increase. It would have set up some red flags for the Attorney General's office. And so I come back to you now with an amended resolution and amended recommendation to go from 80 million down to 32 million for the projects, with the exception of the water line replacement. And we will take that up in our next meeting in February to issue COs to do the water line replacement. So essentially what happens is that this is the first step of a notice of intent to issue the bonds. In our March meeting, there's a time frame by which we have to let it sit out there. The intent is that in our March meeting, the council will actually authorize the issuance of the 32 million in bonds. And then at that point in time, that's when the paperwork starts. We have to send all this, we have to get everything that we need to from a legal standpoint. We send it over to the Texas Attorney General Bond Counsel Office, and they will review it. The Bond Counsel Office for the Texas Attorney General reviews every single bond issuance or potential bond issuance in the state of Texas that's a governmental entity. They have to review it all to make sure it complies and make sure you go through theirs. And at that point in time, they either give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And so after the council in March, if it's passed today and passed in March, it will go to the Attorney General's office. At that point in time, they will review it. If there's some issues, they will work with our bond attorney to resolve those issues. If they say everything is fine, then at that point in time, they'll get it back to us. And then I'll come back to you and say, everything's copacetic, we're good. We're no longer to authorize it. We are now going to issue the bonds. And so the council will vote on, we'll have a motion to go ahead and issue the bonds because we cleared all the legal hurdles. While all that's going on, I'll be working with our financial advisor to go out and get a bond rating for the city because the city currently does not have a bond rating. We'll go out and get a bond rating. We'll get some ideas to what our what our rating is and what we can kind of project to be our coupon rate. Right now, the projections that you see are based on a triple B, which basically means that, this is a triple B. This is what we're projecting it to look like. I met with our financial advisor, which is the information that you have on the, from Bosky in the last stuff that I gave you. That basically also says, he put in here, I believe it's on page, and he's on the line, by the way, man, I forgot to tell you. He is on the line. On page 7, he did do some certificate of obligation bond comparisons with Cedar Park, Decatur, Port Arthur, Beaumont. He also did some water revenue bond, which I'll touch on, but we'll have a much deeper conversation in February. And you can see what the rating is on each one of those, and what the TIC is. That's basically the bond coupon rate that we'd be looking at. So give us some idea as to what it is. As you're aware, that was mentioned in our public comment of a $60 million total. This is nothing different than buying a house. When you go out and buy a house, you pay interest at the end. You're going to pay a whole lot more than what you bought your house purchase was. So that's just the par amount, and then we have the interest and sinking of that particular bond issuance. So what you have before you now is a notice of intent. You have a resolution, notice of intent to issue $32 million in bonds, which would cover the, make sure I'm saying this right. Solid waste disposal system, park improvements, new city hall, public safety building. Okay, we no longer find any water-related projects in this issuance. I will bring that back to you in the February meeting. I'm available for any questions. I believe Mark is on the line. Mark, are you on the line?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me okay?
You may not be on.
Mike? Can you hear me?
So this 32 million is going to take us from our current 33 cents to $1.23.
Projected, yes.
Mike,
Projected based on a triple B rating.
Mike, can you hear
Is there any
Mark
chance
or
that we
me?
get an A rating in any kind?
There's
I guess
always,
Mark, can you hear me?
as I said, there's always a possibility. However, because of the fact that we've not ever had a bond rating, Mark feels fairly comfortable in a triple B, but we may get better than that. but it won't be much higher than that. We have to work to increase in our bond every time.
Okay.
So the previous city I was at, when I got there, we had a junk bond rating, and we had to work to get out of that non-investment grading to an investment grade rating. But once we did that, when I was there, we had 4 bond rating increases in 3 years. So we'll, even once we had that, we'll continue to work on the bond rating to increase it more, because as we mentioned, even though it's authorized, or even there's notice of intent and authorized to issue the 32 million, we will break those out in segments. It won't be all at one time. So we may get a coupon rate of this rate and we keep working on it. We may get a lower rate. We'll continue to work on our bond rating. This is not a one and done deal. It is an ongoing financial planning to ensure that we continue to improve our bond rating, which will benefit the city of Kermit, because we will actually have less interest that we pay the higher our bond rating gets.
In addition to this, we can continue to apply grants towards.
Yes. Yeah. And so again, I'm glad you mentioned that, because we did have the master park plan that we did. And so we'll begin that process of applying for grants. And so if we get a grant, it'll offset the amount that we're looking for in the bond.
Mike, I think there's somebody trying to talk that's on, I don't know if it's Rudy or Mark or.
Yeah, Mayor, can you hear me?
Find out.
Mayor?
Yeah, I'm talking to Sarah Lee. She's in the back. She's our sound technician right now. She said that Mark is trying to speak, but not able to get through. She's trying to get through. She's trying to work out the kinks on that. So we do have Mark Valenzuela on it. Mark, at any point in time, if you can hear me, any point in time, keep talking and we'll let you know if we hear you.
Okay. Let me know if you can hear us now.
Tonight's
Yeah, either
action
one
is
of us.
just to issue a notice. of
Doesn't sound like it.
Correct. So it's pretty much going to be, as far as the council's concerned, it's going to be a 3-step process. 1, notice of intent. 2, authorize the issuance. And 3 would be to actually issue.
You said any grants received can be applied to
These projects.
these projects.
Right, any grant can apply to it. What we do is we just would not issue that bond amount. We would be able to decrease the bond.
Mike, can you hear us?
Can you hear either of us?
Mike?
Any more questions? I know Mark's trying to speak, but. You can leave him out.
Hey, Mike? Mike?
Can you hear us at all? Is there any way to get the mic working in council chambers, or maybe a phone call? If somebody can just call into, I guess, Mark's cell phone, we could have audio.
Okay, can you hear us now, Mike?
Any discussion from council?
Wait on. Mark.
Yeah, we're trying to get Mark on in case you want to talk to him. He can probably explain a little bit more and go through his presentation, kind of explain the financing portion of it.
And this was at 30 or 40 years?
30-year.
Mark, you got to beef up on your sign language.
Hey, Mike?
And it would be with the, going into it with the payoff of what we currently like.
Rudy, you can hear me, right?
On the-
I can hear
on
you
the-
this time.
On the sewer.
I just,
Not on
the one thing I kind of want to clarify is that, you know, it's all, I mean, it's not all or nothing, but we cannot issue in tranches. We got one bite at the apple. So we got about maybe 30 days to figure out what that number is.
Oh, no, sorry. She's done one thing.
This is, she can hear him telling you to call.
We're waiting. Does anybody have any questions for Mark when he gets on, or? We're just gonna go with whatever he's presented.
Mike?
I don't have any more questions.
I was going to ask, so the transfer station is going to be put on taxes. We're not gonna discuss putting it on water bills.
It's not gonna be in the water bill. What will happen, because it's the amount that we're looking at is a little lower amount. It'll come out of property tax, but what we will do kind of on the accounting side is that we will take a
Sarah Lee, can
portion
you hear
of
us?
the
Or you, but I mean,
sanitation
you
fees
look, you're muted,
transfer to
Sarah
general
Lee. Is there
fund
any way
Yes,
maybe
I
you could
be
can
able
I
to
can hear
offset
ya.
some of the costs. in the
It's
general
not letting
fund
me connect to the
that would
TV
normally
so
be
they
covered
can
by
hear
general,
ya.
because we'll be spending it on property
Let's
tax.
see.
I'm
So
looking
it's gonna
for
be
that.
moving money out of sanitation over here to cover its piece of the debt
But
structure.
it won't be on the bill that the customers receive every month.
It depends on, so. Now, one of the things that we failed to mention is that, remember, we had those two bond issuances. We have the water bond and the sewer bond. So the recommendation by Mark is that we will turn around and, take what we have in our reserves, along with what we have sitting in the reserve of those bonds, and we're gonna pay off those two bonds. Okay, now, we will evaluate based on what portion of the solid waste is carrying in sanitation. And then right now, we're paying $12 on the water bill, it'll go down. But at what point in time, how much of that is going to be covered in the solid waste transfer station? So if it's $12, the bill may go back up to $12 to cover that piece of the debt structure. If it's $10, it'll be 10. If it's 14, it'll be 14. That's an evaluation we have to take a look at to find out how much of the bond issuance that solid waste has, that solid waste needs to cover for their piece of it.
So part of it will be coming out of sanitation fund.
And they'll see it on the water bill because it's sanitation. Right.
Part of it.
There's still no way to hear us, I guess.
Well, yes, that's correct for us. The way that the bond market sees it, it's all property tax. But they just need to know that it's being paid for. That's where we're gonna get our money, and that's how we're gonna do it, from the accounting standpoint.
Mike?
Just to clarify, 32 is an up to amount, not we have to go 32.
Correct. So when we come back in March, it'll be to authorize up to 32 million. Up to, can't go over that.
Not to exceed.
Right.
And that's what resolution 2601 specifically says. Notice of intent up to 32.
Hello.
Hey, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have Mike call him.
Hello.
Can you call him and put him on speakerphone?
Sure, not a problem.
Okay, thanks.
Well, if you can hear me, Mark, that's I think the main thing is that we issue 32 million. Yes, the
Hey, Mike.
tax rate is, yeah.
Hey, are you, okay, you're on now.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm gonna sort of,
Translate for the bond attorney as well, we Segura, who's on. But I'm happy to bring you, if you could pull up or at least just refer to the presentation that we prepared for you. I'll take you through that real quickly. So just real quick, I think mine did a nice job on page 2. You know, again, it was my mistake in telling my 80 million as a certificate of obligation. I really meant that we're going to try to break this up. So what's before you tonight is only the certificate of obligation, and then on like I said, we'd like to come back in February and talk about the infrastructure for the utility, and thinking about maybe to 20 million to the utility. But let me take what's in front of you tonight. So looking at not to exceed 32 million, like has been mentioned, you don't have to sell all of that, depending on what you want to do with the transfer station or some of the other projects. This would be paid for from property tax. And I'll show you what those impacts are in a moment. I think the decision on the transfer station, we still need to get some financial information on what the kinds of revenues that might come through for that project, to have a better information for you in determining how you want to approach that. And then the other thing is, this was mentioned at the last meeting last week, is the amount that the city is sitting on now. It's a very good credit consideration. At the same time, the leaders in Texas each would they would have some concern, and frankly, regulators would have some concern if you issue bonds without having some idea about how to use some of that cash. So hold on a second. I think you want me to unmute.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're
can you hear
unmuted
me
now,
now?
Mark.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're still not coming through. Okay, let's just go back to where we were. Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the phone. So again, a little bit more work needs to be done on the transfer station before we sort of pull the trigger on that one. So what I wanted to share with you is just a perspective on tax rates, and I recognize, and we talked about this last week, that the increase that is required to pay for 32 million is going to be felt by the community. And so what I wanted to share with you is our team went and pulled together tax rates for cities in Texas that had similar tax values as Kermit. So we identified 74 cities that have tax rates in between 200 to 300 million of taxable value, and then we plotted it. And so what you're seeing there is, on that graph, is the M&O rate, which is for operations, and then the debt rate, the INS rate, or debt levy, to pay for certificates of obligation. And what you're seeing there is the red bar charts or bars there. Those are the debt pieces, the INO, and you can see that Kermit doesn't have them. There's a few over on the left in the don't, but Kermit's right now about the 19th lowest tax as compared to these two. This is not all, of course, not all cities in Texas. If you oppose the 90 cents per $100 that would be required for the 32 million, Kermit's going to be over on the right side. It's going to be equivalent to Anthony in terms of your tax rates. And so I just want to be really clear about that part of it, so that we don't miscommunicate anything to the public, and certainly to you, Mayor, and members of council. So we just want to be really clear about that part of it. As if we can go to slide 4, direct you there. Again, 32 million. We still have a little bit of time to refine this. In order to pay for 32 million, we're going to need roughly $2 million of revenue every year over a 30-year structure. And again, I do need to say, we're being very conservative about this structure. We're going to look, if you direct us to move forward, we're going to do our best to optimize the structure. I can tell you, fixing it on a 5% interest rate, and rates we believe are a little bit lower than that. But again, we just want to be very conservative in that regard. So needing 90 cents per $100 of taxable value, we've prepared a table over on the right-hand side of that page that just gives you a perspective what's going to happen to property taxes for individual residential properties throughout the city. So for a house that's valued at $100,000, and it's all based on the value of the home, they're going to see an annual increase, an incremental increase of $900 per year. That's a house that's $200,000 is going to see a $1,800 increase per year. So again, it's based on the value of the home. The tax is proportional to based on the value of the home. So again, just trying to be very clear presenting that factual information to you. If I can take you to slide 5, we then wanted to discuss, well, what about the rest of the 48 million for the infrastructure projects that are needed throughout the community? The city can do these bonds without having to tap certificates of obligation. You can do them without using property tax by selling what are called water and wastewater revenue bonds. A water and wastewater revenue bond doesn't have a lien on your property tax. The property tax you're not used to pay for it. It's the revenues of the utility that are used to repay the debt. And so we structured out this preliminary. This is your decision. We can move the numbers where you need it to be. But thinking through how would you start getting money to start addressing all the water line needs, and the tank improvements all throughout the city. We could issue 20 million this year, and that would be the focus of February's meeting next month. And in order to do 20 million with the potential of using some cash to absorb any cost increases in construction or just unforeseen types of things, it would require about $1.6 million per year in revenue from the utilities to repay that debt. And there is sufficient revenue in the utility to do that. But I'm gonna share with you a little bit deeper look at the revenues. Based on this plan, you would issue 20 million this year for a lot of the water line replacements. Come back next year, issue maybe another 10 or 15, whatever it is you need. And then in 28, finish out the program with, the remainder of whatever you need. And meanwhile, during that time, we would be working to secure grants or low interest loans to offset some of the need to issue revenue bonds. So moving forward to slide 6, is really talking about the cash side of this and how it helps with financing. So one of the recommendations we're making as it relates to the water revenues, the bonds that you would issue from what paid for from that is to use your existing cash to pay off all the debt. That would take about $2 million to pay everything off. You would end up saving about $150,000 of interest that you didn't have to pay. But the more important thing here is that it frees up about $650,000 that are currently being used to pay these bonds. That $650,000 can be used for this new series of debt. So, like I said, you need about 1.6 million for a $20 million bond issuance per year, 1.6 million per year. And we just freed up under this scenario, we just freed up 650,000 of that. So it's less than $1 million that you're taking out of your utility to help support that. So in the near term, I think the benefit here is we need to increase water rates to accomplish this first 20 million. Also some other ideas on the bottom there about using the cash. And again, the Texas Attorney General is we don't want to raise a red flag where you're issuing bonds and you're sitting on a lot of cash. They may not view that well, and so we're trying to show how that cash can benefit your financing. The key issue on the bottom there is your reserve fund. So whenever you sell water revenue bonds, the investors are going to require you to have a reserve fund in place. And the reserve fund is roughly about 1 year's worth of annual payments, principal and interest. And basically, most communities will just borrow that. If they need 20 million, they'll increase the bond issue to 22 million, and part of that will be used for the reserve fund. In this case, you can use your cash in lieu of borrowing that money for the reserve. And under that scenario, you could save up to about 1.3 to 1.6 million just from using your own cash. So we would recommend that part of it as well. Again, it just lowers the borrowing cost, for the city. I did finally just want to end with what Mike had mentioned on slide 7, that we're mindful of the difference between certificates of obligation, which tend to be a little bit better credits, and then water revenue bonds. The biggest constraint here is that, in Texas, cities are limited to $1.50 per 100 from a tax rate perspective. And as I showed you earlier, if you impose, if you do the 32 million and need to impose 90 cents per $100 of assessed value, you're going to be at about 1.23 or $1.23 per 100. So you're getting close to the 150. So we're limited by that. And so that's what necessitated the need to look at water revenue bonds to cover the infrastructure in that system. So that's the solution to addressing that full $80 million need by associating the revenues to the bonds that they're supporting and the infrastructure that they're supporting. The chart, again, the two tables here are just information. The bond market changes every day, so there's a lot of different variables that go into the pricing that you're seeing here. But this true interest cost is basically the total interest cost that these communities are paying. And you just look at some of the bond ratings and the interest financing, and there's not a huge difference. I don't want to go overboard here, but there's not a substantial difference in the interest pricing for certificates of obligation compared to water revenue bonds. So in my view, some of the structure that I've already mentioned about the reserve fund and different things like that, in my view, Kermit can still approach the market on the water revenue bonds in a very advantageous position without having to do them as certificates of obligation. So I'll stop there, Mayor. And for any questions that you might have.
On page 5, on 2026, saying we use up to 5 million cash reserves, is paying off the other two bonds included in that 5 million or on top of that 5 million?
So I think, and I didn't hear it really the vote, Councilor and Mayor, the question, but I think it was the trade-off between using, some of the money for construction inflation cost or, paying off the debt. And really, we'll take your guidance on that decision and just make the best decision for the city, whatever proportion of paying off the debt or putting in a reserve fund, well, not a reserve fund, but a fund to hedge against rising construction costs.
So we're looking at paying off our current bonds, because there's only a few years left on them, pay off the current bonds. But in order to be able to, which Mark was talking about, to not raise any red flags, that we would use some of our reserves to set up a reserve in that particular bond issuance. He's got 5 million on there, could be 2 million, could be whatever, but we would set that reserve up as well, based on the financial needs of once we get to that point of actually saying, okay, let's take this money that we currently have in the bank, when we issue this bond, let's put it in there as a reserve for that bond, and we're taking it out of our own cash. But the recommendation to pay out those bonds would come from our current reserves.
Okay, so it would be the 5 million on top of the 2.7 million.
2.7, and then whatever we suggest. This thing says 5. Yeah, this says 5,
Right.
Maybe less, up to 5, but that's the recommendation.
And as we sit right now, we don't have a bond rating.
Correct. The two bonds that we have are private issuances. And so when there's a private issuance, it's basically, they went directly to a bank, and they said, they issued the bond, but it's directly to a bank, where the bank says, we own all the bonds. And so there was no need for a bond rating. And going out to the bond market, we'll go out to the bond market, which means at that point in time, there'll be investors that buy bonds that will end up buying our bonds. And that's the reason we need, that'll be a public issuance, and that's the reason we need a bond rating.
So if we do these bonds and then the bond rate, interest rate goes down, can we redo those bonds to get a lower, or our rating goes up? Can we redo those bonds to get a lower?
That's a great question, because I can tell you at previous city I was at, Mark and I did this deal because the city that I was at had bonds that they'd issued for a facility, for a structure. And at the time that the bonds were issued, it was a fairly high coupon rate. And so Mark and I went through the process of refinancing those bonds. We had two different bonds. We lumped them together, but we refinanced. And that was where the bond rating came into place, that we needed that. Once we ended up doing that, we ended up saving about $3.1 million in interest alone by refinancing the bonds. So as the bond market begins to start changing, interest rates start going down, there's that point when we say, okay, now it's cost effective for us, go out there and refinance those bonds. Kind of like refinancing your house. And so we would do the same thing. We'd go out and look at refinancing. And we may be able to combine some bonds, stuff like that, but yeah, it'd be a refinance. If the market changes.
Right.
Yeah.
Any more questions for Mark or Mike? Any more discussion among council before we make a motion either way on resolution 2601?
Motion to adopt resolution 2601. The recommendation.
I'll second.
A motion and a second to approve resolution 2601, which is directing the publication of the required notice of intent to issue up to $32 million in certificates of obligation. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate
Thanks for
it.
your work.
We'll talk later.
So item D under new business, discuss and consider resolution 2602, which is suspension for 45 days, the effective date of proposed West Texas gas utilities increase.
Mayor Council, I don't know if you remember, but we took up a rate increase last meeting. This is now a proposed rate increase by West Texas Gas. The GRIP, which basically we follow, this allows us to be able to suspend the automatic issuance of this increase and to give 45 days for our attorney, which is Alfred Herrera and Associates. He represents West Texas municipalities against West Texas Gas in order to make sure that we're getting everything correctly and making sure that we're not paying anything more than what we have to. And so what this does, this suspends the implementation of that increase. Right now, West Texas Gas is proposing increasing each meter an additional $4, which means that the residential will go from $14.10 per meter, will go up to $23.10. And then the commercial will go from $46.50, an additional $11.83, which puts it at $58.33. And so what will happen is that we suspend it, and which other cities are also looking at doing. Then at that point in time, Alfred Herrera, our attorney, will go in and begin a negotiation with them to try to see if we can drive this down and not have the full cost that they're looking at. If we can come to a negotiated point with West Texas Gas, then we all agree to it. There'll be a resolution coming for you to approve whatever they settled on. If we can't approve it, then it goes before the PUC, and the Public Utility Commission will make that decision based on on the negotiated plus the cost that West Texas Gas says that they have to increase it for. Whether it's correct, too much, it'll be decided by the PUC in the event that we can't get to the negotiated place.
Any further questions? I hear a motion.
Make a motion on item D to go ahead and accept resolution 2602 as presented, suspending for 45 days the issues with the gas utility company. West Texas Gas.
Motion and a second to approve resolution 2602 as presented. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Second. Kelson.
Item E is to discuss and consider resolution 2603, which is approval of a master purchasing agreement with the Alliance for Innovation Purchasing Cooperative, AFI.
Mayor Council, we got two agenda items that reference the Alliance for Innovation. What this is that Alliance for Innovation and another entity called Civic Marketplace was created out of an entity called Strategic Government Resources. And what this particular agenda item is it allows the city to enter into a purchasing co-op. We currently are in a couple of them, Buy Board, Texas Buy, HGAC. This is just an additional purchasing cooperative to ensure that as we go out and look at purchasing, that we are using the entity that best allows the pricing for the city of Kermit. And so this is very similar to the purchasing cooperative that we have.
Is there anything in particular we're looking at purchasing that we would be able to use this for?
Not until we get into and start taking a look. A lot of the stuff that they do, which we'll reference in the next agenda item, is technology based. It could be, Wi-Fi signals, anything technology based, but they do everything. They do from heavy equipment to office furniture, just anything and everything.
What does this cost us if we don't buy anything?
Doesn't cost us anything.
Well, you've already paid it in the bills. Have you not been?
AFI, that's the next agenda item.
Okay. I'm on Alliance for Innovation.
Right now, we're on 2603. I think 2604 covers the other one. Let's do,
And it's confusing because they're the same entities that do this. One of them, the one we're discussing, is the Master Purchasing Co-op.
That cost us nothing. Make a motion to adopt resolution 2603, but
Second.
a motion and a second to approve resolution 2603 as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now Mikey, clear confusion. Item number F, which is 2604.
Mayor Kelvin, I appreciate it. This is the confusing part because we're still talking about the Alliance for Innovation and Civic Market Plus. However, this one does have a membership subscription of $1,000. And as Councilwoman Short indicated, we paid this back in December. However, when they got the check, they said, "Oh, you guys need to have a resolution joining our innovation." So what AFI is, or Alliance for Innovation, this is essentially it's a consortium of municipalities along with other high-tech industry companies that begin to start taking a look at how we can capitalize and utilize technology in the city. And this would be as I said, a consortium conglomerate that we would be a part of simply having to figure out how we can capitalize on the, as an example, AI, which we, just so you know, when we implemented Leah at the city, I mentioned this to the gentleman that is over this all, Rob Holyfield. And he said, once you get implemented, let me know, because I want to pass this out and let other cities know, hey, Kermit is using this Leah, which is an AI agent based on a knowledge base, and tell me how it's going. We want other cities to see it in case they want to implement that in their city. So that's really what this is, just a kind of a consortium promoting innovation.
Yeah, we already sent a check to you.
Yes.
And this is $1,000 for
here.
a year?
Membership, yes.
You said that was like the 2025 price. So will it be a
Correct.
different price next year?
I won't know until we get to 26.
Okay, but it's paid for the year.
It's paid for 26, yes.
Okay.
So if we don't like it, we don't renew.
Correct.
Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to adopt resolution 2604. I'll second.
A motion and a second to accept resolution 2604 is presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item G, discussion of ordinances 5.05.037 food handlers permit and appendix A fee schedule, article A4.004 itinerant merchants B food handlers permits. Mike?
Mayor Council, this has been, I think in our last meeting, there was kind of a directive to bring this before the council for discussion. We had, I believe, 2 vendors come in May. to present comments, and then we had one again in December that brought comments about our food vendors permit. And so we'll put it back on the agenda for discussion to kind of get some direction as what the council would like to do. Yeah, I do make reference to HB 2844, which is the bill that was passed in the 89th legislative session by our very own Representative Brooks Landgraf, which essentially has a statewide health permit applied for food vendors. And so now they would go to the state health services to get their food vendor permit for the health permit. Once that's been completed, then they have a health permit that they can go to any city carrying this health permit. The statute does say that they still have to abide by any other requirements of that municipality. And it doesn't change that piece of it, only that which we do not issue a health permit, but larger cities do, they would bypass that process in there.
And that's for the food permit, the health permit.
That's for the food health permit for those vendors is what it is. Now, what we're talking about here, and I think the discussion was the cost and the time frame. That is one of the requirements that we have here, that this council can decide if they want to modify, change, if they want to add some stuff to it. As an example, presentation of a general liability policy along with their application for a permit. Those type of things can be added, amended to move forward. We just would not regulate the health permit any longer.
I think I had mentioned it last meeting that I did call around and I would like to kind of be in the same playing field as our surrounding neighbors. I think the county, if I'm correct, is 100 for 6 months. I know Monahan's, I don't have my notes, was like 300. Pecos zero. Pecos 100. What we're paying, what I'm seeing now that we're paying 3,000. I mean, we're requiring 3,000 a year. So I kind of would like to reevaluate that. You know, something a little bit more competitive and beneficial to our vendors in our area. We are a small community, and I'd like to help them out as well.
Do you have any recommendations?
I'm looking at maybe 500 a year. What do y'all think? I mean, I think
That's what I was thinking, 500 a year.
You want to do X amount per month in case they only want to do it a month, and then, or they can save whatever percentage by doing it by the year. When you say 500 for the year,
500 for the year, or
is $60 a month would be, they'd save.
I was thinking 75 per month,
I think right now we're doing 75 a day. Yes.
75 a day now.
So are we required to have like a 3 month? Do we have to do a 6 month, a year, or can we just?
Yeah, we can, if the council chooses to modify the ordinance completely, they can.
You just want a 1 year permit.
I think a 1 year. This is my opinion, and I recommend a year permit.
We also need a smaller amount for when we have our
That's
Our
built,
celebration
that's built
days.
into celebrations day, I think, isn't it? That cost. Or will that go up?
Yeah, it's different than the term of celebration. Yeah.
It may be a daily. Do we need a
We
daily?
currently have a daily of
Could
$75.
we lower that to maybe 25? Is that feasible? See?
I think just do it either a month and a year.
But then that puts them so that it's different from celebration days. So if they come to celebration days, they have to buy a permit or no? They do.
So some already have one for a year, then they
Or-
still have to buy a separate one for
So,
celebration.
because remember, they're purchasing water and electricity as well
Yes.
Okay.
in the parking spot.
So do a, maybe 25 a day. And then how much for like 3 days? could be this, well. 60, 65.
About per day or 60 for 3 days. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, or something similar to that, cause you don't wanna do 3 days for 75, that's still.
And that's in addition to their booth rental for celebration. It would be this permit. And that would be for 2 days.
If that's what the council chooses. We could have, they could have an exception for Kermit celebration days and saying this is a fee for Kermit celebration days, applies only to that. Or if they say a festival, because the 4th of July, I know that the chamber has their own event sometimes, so I don't know how that they want to handle that.
Could we do 50% for celebration?
50 for an event.
Yeah. And that way they could get the permit for celebration days. They could get a permit for 4th of July. They could get permit for whatever else either chamber or city might or county might sponsor. Would that work?
How about,
And
Yeah,
do it like
I
a
think-
2-day, do it a 2-day deal?
like maybe do for a year? Instead, do 750 instead of 500?
Odessa was at 300 a year.
You like the
I like
500?
the
Okay.
500 a year.
And do
500 a year, 25 a day, and what for a special recognized city event?
is it 50 and that would be for 48 hours? 2 days?
If it's a special event, as long as the event, it's 50 for the event.
Yeah, just do
Or
special
just the
event.
For the event.
So you don't really need, if you're doing 25 a day, you don't necessarily need a special event cost,
No.
right? Because two days would be $50.
Right, true.
So you could
True.
word it $50 a year, or $500 a year, or $2,500 a day.
Right. And then we only have 2 different fees.
So, I guess the other question is that if someone wants to come in, they're gonna pay $500 for the year. If they're here 1 day or 365 days.
Right.
Now, I understand that if they're here 365 days, are we now going to venture into a food vendor park?
And also, is there a limitation to how long it can be parked in a certain place? I know that came up, I think, 2 years ago. I'm not sure about that.
Because again, without trying to keep food vendors out, you still have to consider that we have businesses here that are brick and mortar. And they have the additional cost of overhead, labor cost, so insurance. So there are those things to consider when we're talking about this, and I understand that this is a conversation that we need to address and begin. But again, tonight it's just a discussion item, it's not an action
Right.
item. But again, those are some of the considerations I believe that the council needs to consider is the current businesses. You know, are we gonna add, do we need to add that they have to provide a general liability policy as well when they give us the $500, which means that they go out by liability policy? How long are they gonna stay in that particular location? Can they come in and out? And the $500 a year? Is it for saying you can do $500 a year, but you're only 10 times a year, 12 times, whatever the case may be? I don't know how we want to handle that.
So I think since it's a discussion only, we've kind of nailed down a rough idea on the fees. I would like to ask staff to investigate some of those things you just brought up with some of the other communities around. How long are they allowed to be in one spot? Those, and then bring those back to the next council meeting. But we are kind of moving forward in the right direction on the fees.
So do we get sales tax from those
If they pay.
vendors? I mean, how do we, how
They're
do you
supposed
know?
to. They're supposed to go.
And I think written permission from the landowner
Yes,
should be a requirement.
yes.
That's what they would have to do. They have a sales tax certificate, you know, and have it
Yeah.
displayed just like I have to, just like Dave has to, anybody in business has to.
Right.
So that certificate.
And Mayor, just so you know, Chris Isbell did ask to speak. We didn't put him on the agenda because we said, feel free to speak, because it is on the agenda. He can actually have a conversation with you.
Oh, good.
And Chris is the one, of course, brought it up in the last meeting, so he is available. I'm not saying he wants to speak, but he'll speak.
I can answer several of your questions. So the time limits for trailers, it depends on the landowner. The question about this, the brick and mortar places, your zoning committee gets to zone where the trailers can and can't be. So obviously the mayor wouldn't want us to put a trailer right outside his business or the business across the street or right there by Don Burrito. So you have to have an agreement with the landowner. That's your determined time. So it's a 6-month lease or year lease for me, I have an agreement with Mark Taylor to park at his place here. It's an indefinite agreement. My trailer would be there 24/7 unless I take it on a catering event. So Monahan's does the same. You have to have property owner permission to be there. And as long as you have that permission, you can be there. Odessa's the same way. If you go in on 42nd and Andrews Highway, the northeastern corner, you'll see the yellow food trailer, the blue food trailer, they're always there. You can obtain permission from the landowner and park there for as long as you want. And as long as you have your health proof permit and your permit from the city. The $500, I would love to pay that and pay here. And to answer your question, my point of sale system actually has a sales tax calculator built into it, and it goes right into my QuickBooks. So it tells me what I need to pay every single time. The only thing that I would add to what y'all are doing is get with the fire department and have an inspection fee, have them inspect the trailers coming here, protect our communities that way, kind of a safety deal, a nominal fee. They did it years ago. Do you remember what they used to charge for that?
No, we just go to the city takes care of it. I mean, they call us when they need it, but these are the regular city, whatever the city requires a regular business to handle, basically we do the same. The fire department don't charge anything.
Right. Rex Sting and I had an hour and a half long conversation on why Monahan's doesn't charge. They don't want to get involved in any of the House bill stuff coming up, but he said they did put fire inspection, they did put property owner permission and the zoning. So you can't just show up right out here and park and say, I'm gonna sell tacos. You have to have permission and it has to be presented to the city.
Well, as we've been told many times, we're not Monahans. I agree, though. That's why I want to know how it's controlled as far as just showing up at. Okay.
This will be good, especially with our new park. We're encouraging, if I'm not mistaken, we have a place for the food vendors as well. Yes.
And Chris brought up a great point is that if it becomes a zoning issue, now we have to go to P and Z and we have to end up amending our zoning. Now, of course, we're currently in the process of doing that. So we probably need to go back and address that and take it to P and Z for the approval or modification of our zoning if it's in there or needs to be modified, which of course, unfortunately, going to P and Z for the approval, get it approved by them, it's got to come from the council. As you know, we have to have 2 readings, publication. That puts us to about 90 days in.
Yeah.
So, but that's something for us to consider. We can go back and start taking a look at that as well.
Y'all kind of start looking into that. All right, that closes out item G. Item H on new business is the discussion of PML Region 4 meeting that City of Kermit's going to host for the at the Kermit Civic Center. I might put this on because we're not going to have another meeting until the day before this. So kind of some discussion points you want to bring up, Mike, and I think we have a little committee named or something.
Yeah, I think what we're looking at is that the PML Region 4 meeting will be held on February the 20th, Friday, February 20th. The theme is going to be West Texas Hoedown. I think that's what we decided. We have voluntold Yvonne Ramos and Charlie Holbrook to come, and Judy, I think, would like to head that up. But they would be the ones that we look at the decorations and stuff. Of course, as we did very similar in the last one that we had, the ones we've been going to. We would be looking for merchant donations to be able to pass out as gift prizes, door prizes as they come in. We're going to be putting together a packet in a little bag for everyone that comes in. As you know, Region 4 stretches from, of course, Midland, Odessa, down San Angelo, over to El Paso, I think all the way down to Fort Davis, Alpine, Sapporo, and so Andrews goes up further north. So it's a fairly large area. and they'll all converge into Kermit. I think the last ones we've been to, they're about 100, 140 maybe. So it just depends. And so that'll be taking place on February the 20th, Friday, February
The
20th.
20th?
20. You know, you better not be. Of course, you didn't volunteer us this time.
Yeah, and Diana will be working with, what's her name in Odessa? Norma. Norma's kind of the one I think is gonna do it, point person. We'll start working with this, we'll get the invitations out to all the, elected officials and the city staff at each location, at each city,
Do we start this at like 6 p.m.? Is that
something like that.
pretty much 6:30?
They
6:30.
usually do kind of a happy hour.
Happy hour from 6 to 7.
We had talked about the possibility of like Joe Trevino band or something out of Lubbock for music. So the council's good with that. This is just another discussion item, but
What about food? What are we doing with food?
pig roast,
Pig roast. Okay.
it's barbecue, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Okay.
we said barbecue because of the Texas Hold'em.
Yes. Okay.
So anybody have any comment on that? Like I said, I just want to make sure y'all were aware of it before the meeting.
Any Judy, I'll let you need to.
I just wanna say, remember, we were standing room only last time we hosted it. so-
Yes.
Yeah.
We had a
We had
good.
It's a good thing I wasn't here then.
Yeah.
Good problem to have.
Good turnout.
Yeah, we had the best turnout.
Before we reconvene back into executive session, Mike, I'm gonna go ahead and if you don't have any objection or anybody has any objection, I'm gonna go ahead and allow public comments on any item that was not on the agenda. That way those folks don't have to sit around because it's gonna be probably over. So at this point in time, do we have anyone from the public who would wish to speak on anything that was not on the agenda tonight? Okay, all right, it is 8:29 PM. We are going to adjourn into executive session. Said, y'all are welcome to stay, and we'll be out by morning. Thanks all of y'all for coming. I appreciate it. So you're gonna be able to pick up on all those, because if I miss them, you can. You're gonna be able to-
Yeah, speak for yourself.
Hopefully we get to together more often.
How do you feel?
Oh, that thing with bonds.
Actually, Greg gets paid. Everyone else is salary.
Yeah.
So, no, they don't get paid.
Just thinking.
Just the chicks.
You ready? All right, everyone, it is 11:26 PM. We are reconvening from executive session into regular session. Do we have any matters that need to be brought up?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to accept the resignation of the municipal court judge as presented.
I have a motion to accept the resignation of municipal court judge. Any, a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mayor, that was agenda item 12.
Item 12.
So we skipped right down to 12,
Oh. Sorry,
just for clarification.
you're right. 11 was any other action, so I kind of, that's combined 11 and 12 together. 13 is discuss and consider appointment for a temporary municipal court judge.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to appoint Terry Jones as temporary municipal court judge. As the magistrate, to perform the magistrate duties as the judge and consulting on city municipal issues as they arise.
I have a motion,
Second.
a motion and a second to appoint Carrie Judge, Carrie Jones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mayor, just kind of a point of clarification for the public. This is in lieu of a permanent municipal court judge.
In lieu of.
I just want the public to know that this is not a permanent solution. It's just to get us through, and then we'll proceed from there.
Thank you, sir. All righty, moving right along to item 17. Any items for council, city manager? Anyone have anything tonight? All right, only one thing left on the agenda.
I have one thing I
Oh,
do
yes,
want to
ma'am.
say. I do not want anyone from the city to email me on my personal email anymore. It's come to my attention with all these public information requests coming up that my personal business does not need to be subject to any public information. So either please get me a city email or y'all text me and say, hey, your packet's ready. No more email, please.
Are our emails, personal emails working?
Once you get your laptop, they will be.
Okay.
It's a good point. It's actually any of your communication, so even if that's would be.
I'm okay with the text, but no more emails, please.
All right. One other thing left
I'll
on the
make a
agenda?
motion that we adjourn.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 11:29 PM.
Everyone, good night.
Good night and good morning.
I'm gonna stay up on the.
Oh, you're the right.
That's my
He would
bed.
already been gone.
Yeah.
That's my bed.
Good night, y'all.
Yes.
Yeah, but I gotta be at school, but
Enjoy extending the evening with chocolate.
appreciate it.
Yeah,